we popping? Not even sure if people even say that anymore. Oh my gosh. Well, it does look like we are live and everything's good to go. So yeah, then we will just continue on with that. Hello everyone. Or hello to the future people who will be coming in. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope everyone's having a wonderful Christmas. If you celebrate Christmas, you know, there's a couple of folks out there who, you know, they don't celebrate Christmas, you know, and that's okay. That is definitely okay. But yeah, so if you're new around here, if you don't know what we do here, sorry, I'm looking around for like makeshift tape because we're definitely gonna need it, but it's fine. We don't exactly need makeshift tape, but we will. Oh, come on, and there we go. Beautiful. We don't need makeshift tape. I just don't want to get up. Kind of lazy. It's like, it's better to be honest, right? So yeah, so welcome as usual. Even though it is a holiday, I still wanted to keep up with our chip carving stream because, you know, we only do it once a week. At least for now, we only do it once a week, and with Friday evenings is that time. So wanted to, you know, it's just a little while that we spend chip carving. So, you know, dedicate some Christmas time to everyone. Although we did stream early this morning. Marvel's Avengers. Again, we tried to go for so I feel kind of bad because we did try to go for the platinum trophy again, and it just turned out like one of the requirements, which was to get like, it was like you have to get 50 stronghold cash chests, and the thing about that is that there's only one particular chest that is a stronghold chest. It's like only one particular chest, and there was one mission where, you know, before I didn't know that if you keep running the mission over and over again, you're able to get 2 per run. So meanwhile, I had originally thought, oh yeah, we'll just go on ahead and you know, we'll just run this because I've ran this mission a couple of times, like all my other characters on Marvel's Avengers. I've ran this mission so many times, it shouldn't be that many more. And it turned out it was a lot many more that we needed to get. But I did go ahead and finally finish that trophy off stream because I'm like, if I'm not having fun, I'm pretty sure everyone else is not having fun watching me not have fun. Like, that's not fun, you know? So I finished that, and then there's another one where you have to finish like 50 hive missions. And I'm like, so more than likely what I'm going to do is, because now we have 2 other trophies to get before the platinum trophy, I am going to work on that hive one throughout, you know, like off stream, because I'm pretty sure like the hive missions aren't just like, oh, there's one hive mission and you know, it's like just one. You go through, like, the hive missions are like 1 through 5, you know, like it's like 5 different floors of the same thing over and over and over again. And I like to think that we don't have to do 50. Like, I'd want to say that we have to do about like 30, but 35 floors in each. So that's like basically, like, if you're thinking in terms of like floors, then that's like 5 by 30, that's 80 floors at least. That's even depending on if we actually even have 30 left to do. So I feel like, you know, for some people, you know, that is definitely, you know, content that they like to see. But, you know, at least for me, I'm like, I really, not that I can't be bothered with it. It's just like, I don't I don't want to show that. I want to show like the afterwards, like the playing, the leveling up, the getting good gear, trying out, different builds and everything and stuff. That's fine. So, with that, there's still the Tachyon Rifts content that we need to do in order to like finish the Kate Bishop like storyline. So what we're going to do is what I'm going to do is by next Friday, I'll have all the Hive missions done. And then at the very start of the stream, I'll get Kate Bishop to actually be 150, which that is nothing at all. Like it's just upgrading all your gear. So I'll get Kate Bishop to automatically 150, and then that'll pop the platinum trophy, and then we celebrate because yay, we finally got the platinum trophy. Ah! And then from there, we'll finally be able to go in and actually play the Tachyon Rift content, and do what it do all that good stuff. So we will do that next Friday. But before we get to next Friday, we got to get through today, in which that is chip carving. And so this morning, funny enough, I decided, let me just go ahead and open up my best friend. She actually provided me with a gift for Christmas, and upon opening it, it was funny because I was telling her when I first discovered, when I first, figured out or learned about chip carving, I was telling her like, oh my gosh, this activity is like so good. Like it's one of those activities that I definitely want to invest all my energy into. Like I'm going to learn, I'm going to look things up, I'm going to look at different books, different resources. I want to get so much, like learn so much and invest so much energy inside of chip carving. Like, oh my gosh, it's so amazing. And so, her being the best friend and knowing a lot about me, that's what she got. So she got me these, like there's these woods, so very similar to the woods that we already have. She got me like just basically pre-templatized woods for practice boards, learning different techniques, different skills and everything. So she got me a couple of these. This one is perhaps one of my favorites. So she got me one of those, and then one of these, which I'm like, this one's more advanced because I'm like, carving flowers and plants and everything, oh, that's intense. But also like with this one, so especially for the flower pattern, I need a stab knife, because I like looking at the different details for like the petals and everything. I think a stab knife would look nice with that. But yeah, so she got me these. And then she also got me like a chip carving book, in which I'm like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. And then she also, we have a new chip carving knife, which we are actually going to try out today. So this chip carving knife is a little bit more ergonomic for the hand. It like the way that it feels because it's like, okay, this one's a little bit more for like someone with like a bigger hand. So I like the feel of this a lot more. But yeah, of course we're gonna try it out, see which one that we like better. But it's just nice being able to have different options, different varieties of everything. But yeah, that was my Christmas gift from my best friend today, and that's something we're going to learn about today, or use today. Also, so rather than starting immediately on those new ones, this pattern, we're going to be carving this pattern, and if you've been here before, you're thinking, Will, that pattern looks familiar, because it is. So previously we carved this. Yes, that up there, This right here, I mean, you can't really see my finger, but yes, this up here is a hole that we carved through because we weren't at a 45 or 65-degree angle. We were at a 90-degree angle. There's a lot of learnings to be had here. I think if we do this, we could focus on it a little bit more. Yeah, there's a lot of learnings to be had with this one. In particular, a lot of it had to do with our knife, you know, how we held our knife, overcutting in a lot of areas, not adding enough pressure. And then so you can see like a lot of parts, so like right here, so like right there, right there, those are what's actually called chip outs, in which it's just saying like a lot of times that happens because we did not put the knife, we did not carve deep enough. So when you don't carve deep enough and then you try to force the chip out, like different parts like that start to happen. So again, as I will always preach about, like this endeavor and what we're doing, it's about progressing, it's about learning from our mistakes and moving forward from them, and you know, just basically being vulnerable, especially with something as, you know, super deep as like art, because I feel like art is one of those like skills and talents where, you know, it's very personal to the artist, it's very personable to the person who's, you know, interacting with the medium, and it means something different to everyone. So I just think it's nice to go through that actual like creative process, and I have like this grand vision of like, you know, years from now when, you know, I perfected the skill and I'm making like some very beautiful art pieces, and they're like, oh my gosh, like, you know, I always think of the, you know, where did you learn it, you know, how did you start off, what did you, you know, how did you do? And I can point to things like this and say, if I can create really good art pieces and really good wood chip carving pieces after starting from here, you can too. So what we're going to actually do with this one is, I mean, you can't really tell, but as I mentioned before, we now have a laser jet printer in which we printed this off of. So this is not inkjet print. This is not made from like regular inkjet print. This is actually used from toner. So that with our handy dandy trusty, this is not on our heat transfer tool. We're going to try it again. We're going to try using our pattern transfer tool to transfer this pattern onto the other side of the wood. And I think it'll be nice now that we have like some knowledge and some, you know, some things in our mind about, oh, this is what we want to do, this is how we're supposed to do it. It'll be a good, you know, side-by-side comparison. And then, you know, hopefully with this side being the better one, we can definitely do a, you know, started from the bottom, now we're here, you know, that whole thing, how it started, how it's going, you know, that whole idea of progress, even, you know, you just got to keep pushing through. So while we're going to do that, I'm going to plug in the pattern transfer tool, and then we're going to actually like cut down the excess parts of it, and then just get it prepped to transfer over onto our wood. So while I do that, let me go ahead, find some actual tape, and which I believe, yeah, it's just right on up there. So I'm going to be here. Don't you leave. We're going to plug that in. We're going to get some tape, and then we'll be right back. So let's do this, and then we're going to move on over to here. All right. Don't mind the oatmeal cream pie thing in the background. Yes, I eat a lot of snacks. Don't judge me. Oh wow. So I have this. We have this. Perfect. Okay. So, oh, I didn't plug in the tool. Hold on. All right. Yeah, that's plugged in. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's on. I can feel it heating up. That's because that's the thing with that. Like, it doesn't have it doesn't have a light or anything. It's on. Like that. That's all you have. You hover around it, and it's like, yeah, that feels hot. Then we have our little paper cutter right here. Very nifty tool that I enjoy having. There we go. And we can line that to there. Just cut that on there. And we're gonna go through there. There we go. We'll cut there. That there. Oh, that was super close. See, let's not do that. There we go. Perfect. You know, a paper cutter is really one of those things where it's like you think it's one of those, but it's actually a lifesaver. It's actually a really big lifesaver. So yeah, let's do that part there. Okay, yeah, this is good. There. This way. There. There. So then that way, you just keep lifting it up and everything. All right. Yeah, so we'll do that. Have that there. Put that on there. Not sure if that's hot enough. Like, so what I don't want to do is I don't want to apply my finger like directly onto it. But I kind of want to. But I'm not going to. How about that? I'm not going to, even though I really want to see exactly how hot it is. Just gonna have to wait. So I'll do that. But also, let's see if we can do carve cam properties. There we go. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't zoom in so much. I elected to keep the new camera that we have. I elected to keep that as the face cam, only because, again, with the plans that I have for like actually using the camera for like my face, it did not make sense to have the really good quality cam as just this cam, when we could easily like make it so like if we do that and we manage it, for some reason it's a little bit better like if we manage it a bit more like that. So that was my whole reasoning of, okay, well, let's keep this cam the way that it is right now, and do that. I can smell it. I can smell the heat from the pattern transfer tool, and I can feel its warmth. So I want to say that means that it is definitely hot enough. Actually, what I want to do is I almost did this before. There we go. Yeah. So you don't want to put the tape over a section where you actually want to like apply the heat onto. So you want to do it like to like a corner or something. So we'll do that like right here. Do that. And then let's try this. So it's funny because the last time we tried this, we tried it with the inkjet printer. And it was literally just as everyone was like, hey, do not use inkjet printer with the heat transfer tool because it won't work. I wasn't satisfied with that answer. I was like, well, what do you mean it won't work? Like, I don't get it. Literally, it will not transfer. By them saying it will not work, they mean it will not transfer over. And in reading more details and going back to, you know, some of the explanations, they kind of hinted at it, but they didn't spell it out all the way. Basically, with the way that inkjet printer, you know, and ink works, it does not transfer with heat. So when they say it will not work, they mean that it will not transfer. I wish that, you know, with those videos, they can actually like show you what they mean by it will not transfer and it will not do anything, but you know how we do. We like to, you know, not take everything for face value, to try it ourselves. And that was definitely one thing that we tried ourselves and we saw it will not transfer, and it did not. So let's go ahead and see what kind of, you know, results we get with this, to see if this one actually works. So we're going to just do this. I think this is the proper technique. Okay. It's very faint, very faint. But it is transferring over. And I heard you just want to keep going in like mini circles. Like you don't want to just like keep it on there all the time so that you're not like burning the wood or the paper. But you're doing just enough heat to release the ink and get it onto the wood. Okay. Now I'm not sure if it's that it's not hot enough or... Yeah, it's hot enough. Let's try this. And see, and here's the thing. I don't think that we need it to like, you know, transfer over like 100%, but we just need the lines, like the guidelines to transfer. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot better. Okay. All right. And so in a part of like the book that my best friend sent me with this, they have like a chapter on like pattern transfer. And under one of the sections of, so he has like a section about like other methods you can do to transfer patterns. And so he had one that was like other methods, and he was like gluing the pattern to the board. And he basically just flat out was like, I don't recommend this. You can't see the wood. You can't see how deep you're going. You can't see the grain of the wood. Like, basically, this is just like the lowest form of pattern transfer that you can do. And I'm like, okay, we'll just count that off as a rookie mistake and keep it pushing. And then we'll just do that, because clearly this was a inferior way of transferring a pattern. So that was very fun reading that section and hearing him say, you know, basically, this is never something that you should do. So the pattern is transferring. It's just, I'm not sure if it's a, you know, because of like, you know, is it because of like the toner that we used? Maybe it's because it's not like the pattern has like very thin lines, so it's not here we go. Yeah, and I'm like okay, let me see if I can okay. Yeah, okay. So here's what I'm going to do, because so what's basically happening is that it's kind of like doubling up in like in the way that it's like being applied, which is okay. This is actually going to be like, this is like our first time actually using this, so you know, as we say, you know, we like learning. But this is why we have this tool here, which is a sand eraser, because we can just easily do that. Which takes off some of the pattern lines as I am learning. But this gives us the opportunity to, you know, kind of start all over. There we go. So I mean, and it's like, it's not even, as I've, you know, as at least in my head, as I'm like thinking, it's not as if we need it to transfer over 100% again. We just need majority of the pattern to transfer over, so that we can actually like see the guidelines, see where we're carving, where we need to carve, so that can kind of like help us like visualize where the cuts need to be made, all that good stuff. It's a little bit, you know, it's basically, you can't see it when you glue the pattern onto the wood. And then for this one, it was just like, it was starting, like certain areas were starting to like double up. And maybe that is also something as well. Maybe the pattern, maybe it depends on like kind of like the timing of when you print the pattern. um maybe like, you know, the fresher you get it from the printer, you know, the easier it is. Heck, it may just even be with the heat transfer tool. Like, you know, you may think that, you know, oh, that's hot. It's at its hottest. And that's like, nah, it can be hotter. But we'll see. And that is what we shall see. Okay, I think that's good. If we don't need to go so like we're not going for 100% invisible, you can't see the mistakes. I just want to make sure that, you know, we can see where some of the lines are and be able to tell the difference between, okay, this is where this cut is and this is where it is not, you know. Okay, so I think that's good. That's good there. Let me open this up. This is this. Maybe if I think this was the search term that I used. I'm getting some of them. There it is. All right. Like that. Yeah, do it at like a little bit smaller. And we'll do that. Great. And then we'll try to like retrieve it really quickly. Okay. All right. Attempt part 2. Let's go. At least this time, we can definitely make sure that we're leaving enough space in the cutting of the paper so that we don't have to worry about any of the edges being, you know, like too close to like the edge of the wood and whatnot. So that's a good thing. Just a little bit closer. There we go. Let's do this one. Beautiful. Okay. So now, with this and a brand new piece of tape that is arguably a bit more sticky, but you know, the jury is out on that. There we go. Make sure. Yeah, perfect. Okay. There we go. All right. Let's try this again. All right, so that's gonna go there. Also think definitely it's the difference between using like, you know, masking tape and packing tape and the different kinds of tape. Yeah, that whole thing. Okay, but I feel a lot of heat now coming off of this. Like, and I know this is like every time it's like, oh, I feel that there's heat, and this is heat, and there's heat, and here's more heat. Oh, that I think is it. I'm like, what is that? But it smells like cake, which we did have. So let's try this again. Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Like immediately I put it down. I like put it down and the paper was like, okay, buddy. So I'm thinking we're gonna have a lot better success with this. Maybe it's not small circles that I need to do. Maybe it's, you know, just not big circles that I need to do. It's just, I just need to do like small. There we go. Yep. But this is a lot better. Okay. I'm just now very concentrated on this right now because I'm like, oh, this is the secret to this. Okay. It's just a little bit like there is still some like, you know, as you like go up and, you know, like you're going up in pattern and then like lifting up to make sure to see if it transferred well or not. there is still a bit of, like overlapping of lines. But I think with the way that they are and the way that they look, we'll be able to tell which of the lines we need to carve along and which other ones are just, like duplicates. Get this top part right here to just transfer just a little bit better. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Nope, this is fine. I like this. That and that. Move this down here. There we go. Then let's unplug this. And so while that is unplugged and drying off, you can faintly see how this one was transferred. Which isn't so bad. It isn't necessarily bad. Like, you do see that there is a hint of like, oh, some lines overlap the other ones. But again, it's so much easier seeing where we need to cut, how far we need to cut into the wood. It's a lot easier to see with this style versus this style. And as we've seen before, it is so much easier to, there we go. It is so much easier. Hold on, let me, maybe if I do this. Let's do that. There we go. There we go. There we go. Even that out just a little bit. Yeah. So it is so much easier to kind of like see where we need to make the cuts and the, the little cuts and carves on this type rather than on this type where, okay, now that's not a lot of light. Gotta figure out this lighting situation, but there we go. Okay. Yeah, I can see a lot better like this, so that's fine. Okay, so what we're gonna do, well, first I'm gonna remove these so that I can actually see. And then we're going to start making the first bit of cuts with our new knife to test things out, see how they are, give our review of this new knife. Oh, I already like this one. In this way, it's a lot easier for us to maintain that angle. So, of course, they say you should be keeping your knife and you should be keeping your thumb. So basically, you want to keep your thumb and your knife on the board, your thumb and your knuckles and your fingers on the board at all times. And with this type of knife, I feel like we're able to do that. I feel like the angle that the knife has, that the knife stays at, is at that 65-degree angle that we should be at. But also, so it's like it's interacting. So it definitely like, is with the wood, is aligned with the wood. Like everything feels the way that it's supposed to be. And then this way we can still keep like that actual like pattern and that degree that we need to be at. So we can, have that safe carve, but not have to worry about, oh, is it at like the correct degree angle? This knife does feel really good. That's like all in all that to say this knife feels good. Let me see just 1 second before we before we get going. Okay, so let's give this a try. Let's see how these things go. Are these the same thickness? Just about. Okay. If I do this, yeah, this one's just a little bit better. Wait, we have the whole. Okay, so let's try first cuts and let's see. I also learned, so I did like scan through the book a bit, just to, you know, see what they were talking about, and, you know, looking at the different kind of like, you know, cuts and techniques. It's very interesting to see how here we go. Go. Okay, that one was a little bit tough, but knowing that one is going against the grain. Oh, that is absolutely against the grain. That is to be expected. Here we go. Here we go. We'll redo this one. There we go. And then that one just came out on its own. There we go. Oh, nice. Okay. Let's do. But we're not going to go directly for the center, because since this is technically a rosette, we don't want to you know, overcrowd the middle part, because then what happens is it loses that center, it loses its integrity. And then that's when, you know, things start to like chip out. The center starts to lose like that good looking look. I guess that is where, yep, and a lot of that is happening. So this little middle part, chip part here, that continues to happen because we aren't what is it, we aren't bringing the knife in as deep as it should be. So okay, so that's a little bit off, but that's fine. So let's do, yeah, that. I'm gonna bring that right there. What they were saying, like for these kind of cuts, to make sure. There we go. Ooh, that felt really good. We just do this. Let's go back and trace over this again. All right. Okay. There. There we go. All right. Bring that up, because again, you don't want to go all the way. You don't want to directly the middle. We're gonna do position 2 for this one. There we go. Go. Yeah, I feel like that. We're not as advanced with position 2 just yet. So sometimes those cuts aren't going to be as clean and well polished as we would like them to be. But it's all right. And then especially for this, we're not going to force out the chips as we were doing for the other one. If they want to come out, if like the goal is after every cut they just come out naturally. If they don't, then we just retrace until they feel comfortable. We're going to try to resist forcing them out as much as possible. I'm just going to try. Yep, that's just it. We're just going to try resisting forcing them out as much as possible and just letting them come out on their, when they feel ready. There we go. That on over. That cut is directly with the grain, so that is so much easier. Looking good. Elbows, thank you so much. Yeah, we've been at this for a couple of weeks now. And I mean, we're still growing, we're still learning. This is, definitely not super great by any means. But we are working with a different knife. So this is actually this knife that I got. This was actually a Christmas gift that I got from one of my good friends, my best friend actually. She got me like a whole, upgraded chip carving kind of like set. So we're actually trying this knife out, in which I love this. I love this knife. It feels a little more catering towards people with bigger hands. Okay. All right. So that, yeah, and we can already see just like a little bit there. Lost a little teeny bit of a chip right there, but that's fine. Again, we're still learning. I like that, Lazy Susan. Where'd you get it? I got this from mychipcarving.com. I think it was like $25. Yeah, and it was just one of those things where it was like, at first I was like, it was funny because like the first week that I was like getting into like chip carving in the stream and everything, I was like, yeah, I don't think that I need a lazy Susan right now. It's, I have no problem like turning in the work, like turning the work automatically. And then that next week, I had it already ordered and it was being delivered. It's definitely one of those things where it's like, you start first, don't really need one. And then once you get it, you're like, I'm kind of happy that I got it. There we go. And then we do this one here. It is used to be coming out on its own. Okay. I will take that and we can clean up this. Definitely a huge quality of life improvement. Definitely. Elbows, do you do like any kind of woodwork? Do you do chip carving as well? How do you know about the lazy Susan? I feel like that is a insider thing that, if you know, you know. Otherwise, not everyone knows. Yeah, I stream makers and crafting. Nice. Yeah, so I did not know that makers and crafting had its own category. So for like the past couple of streams, I do a lot of antique restorations. Ooh, now that sounds interesting. Two things about that. So first, I didn't know that makers and crafting had its own section. So when I first started this, I was doing this under the general like art / just chatting. So discovering that there was a makers and crafting, I'm like, this is actually home and not me going into, another like home and like, do I fit in here? No. But you saying a lot of antique makers and crafting community is the best one on Twitch easily. From the ones that I've seen, I'm like, okay, this is where I need to be. I wish I had discovered this before, because it feels like, art is one of those like the painting and the digital drawing, which I feel like there's nothing wrong with that, but like this type of like when you're building things, carving things, that's a fancy board. Do you mean the lazy Susan, or do you mean this is just basswood? Every streamer here supports everyone like crazy. And cross thread gear, yo, interesting. So cross thread, so it's like elbows and cross thread. Do you guys like know each other, or cross thread? Thank you so much for following though, I really appreciate that. But you had mentioned elbows, you had mentioned antique restoration, and that automatically got me thinking of, I forget which country, I want to say Spain, but like the botched art restoration things that have been happening. Like, that's not what you were doing. That's not is that the type of thing that you do? Or is it like, yeah, but we do it a lot better? I watched Crossthread Saber open a champagne bottle last year and it works. Oh yeah, the Jesus painting. Yeah, so they did the Jesus painting, and then there was another one that they recently did, and it was I forget, it was like 3. It was like there was a Jesus painting, then there was like a painting of like I think it was like a little girl or a woman, and then a third was like a gargoyle like statue that just, it happened this year. And I remember thinking, why do they keep giving them work? Like, is it that they have to? Or is it that that's the only restoration place and they're like, look, no one else can do this. Like just please don't do it. I don't really do paintings. It's more artifact and object type shit. Okay, so at least with that, it sounds like there's, that one's like a little bit, you can't really mess it up unless you want to mess it up. Like that's what that sounds like. Which, I mean, kind of is the same thing. I feel like that's kind of the same thing with art restoration. Like, you just, you don't remake the art, you just touch up in places. But I'm not an artist. I'm not a painter. I'm not a digital artist. I don't draw. I'm not that kind of person. I just discovered wood chip carving and decided this is definitely something I wanted. Everything I've painted has been on accident. It's say about art though, it's like, I have no idea what they say about art. um that isn't it supposed to be not accidental, but like, art is like never finished, and it just has good stopping points. Forgot where I read that somewhere. I think I read it today. In the last 2 months, I restored an apothecary scale from mid 1800s, some old postal scales, some golf course sprinklers from 1930s, a couple old lamps, some bookends. Oh, you're serious? So you're like, yeah, there's you can restore like paintings. I restore objects. Like, you restore objects. That is so cool. You do that. Okay, that is the sound that I like hearing. Okay. Let's clean this up just a little bit. Got a pinball machine from 1937. I'm working on an old fire extinguisher and a ton of... Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. And a ton of other stuff waiting to get felt up. Nice. We had like an old grandfather clock, and this was years ago. But we could never get it to work. But we still kept it because it was a grandfather clock, like for us, it was just like that status of like elevated living. Like, yeah, we have a grandfather clock. Where's yours? How far are you from affiliate? So funny thing, I actually withdrew from the affiliate program, and you're probably wondering, well, why the heck would you do that? Because I didn't want it to be so much about oh, let me just be tied to Twitch. It's that whole conversation that a lot of people are having about like platform exclusivity and, do you want to be tied to Twitch? Right now, I've actually first started as just like a video game streamer. So of course I did the whole, I want to, spread, I want to, stream and stream video games, fulfill that affiliate, kind of feeling, and, gather up to Twitch and partner and everything. But now when I stream, I want to, try to get it. You're crazy, man. No, it's a very crazy thing. But for me, it's like, I want to be able to, if I'm live streaming and if I want to do it on YouTube as well, and, any other place, I didn't want it just to be just about, Twitch, if that makes sense. Again, I know it's crazy when I explain it to other people, they're just like, well, let me know how that goes and everything and stuff. But it's one of those like good decisions where if I would have thought clearly about it, it doesn't. Yeah, and that's like, for me, it's like, if I would have thought about it before, I wouldn't have jumped to affiliate as quick, but I do appreciate the follows. So that is definitely something I do appreciate. People, just being here and watching me go on this journey. Because again, whatever makes you happy, exactly. Because again, this is something, this whole wood chip carving and everything is something that I've only been like doing and starting to get used to it for a little bit over a month now. So, if it becomes to that point where, I'm like, hey, Twitch, I know I got in contact with your customer service and was like, can I be withdrawn from the affiliate program? Is there any way that I can, rejoin that? Or it may get to the point where, with the way that the string goes, and if it grows I didn't disqualify myself from becoming a Twitch partner. You know, it's not as if there's a prerequisite for, you know, you becoming a Twitch partner, you have to be a Twitch affiliate. That was also one of the things where I'm like, okay, like let's say if things actually like work out on Twitch and, you know, I fulfill the requirements of becoming like a Twitch partner, I'd of course select that, you know, at any given time. So it's just one of those, you know, why limit myself, you know, now when I can kind of like explore options and, you know, just kind of be, hey, I'm a free agent for now. Come take me while you can, you know? May the better offer win, you know? Go. And then we'll this part. There we go. So I didn't mess it up completely, but that's fine. Okay. And we'll do. So right now, we have our first iteration of this same pattern. We have it here, in which if you can't tell, yes, that is a hole. I can just lift that up. Yep, we made a hole in here because we, again, are still learning. But with this one, as you can see, this one is looking a lot better already than this middle one, as we have like a little bit of chip outs right here and right here. Basically everywhere. Basically everywhere there's a lot of chip outs going on, which is, you know, it wasn't intentional. It was just more of a, you know, as we're learning, perfecting our technique, you know, it's a good good indicator of growth and skill. So let's bring that there, put that there. Do that. Okay, not sure how that's gonna look, but we'll see. Not going so far to the tip of that, but then we bring this down, and that's going against the grain just a lot bit. So, but it came out on its own. All right, perfect, doing good. I'll take it. I will take it. Oh, and that, yep, and that is why we said we did not want to force it out, because then that happens. But it's okay. We're still learning. That's going to be my excuse for a lot of the reason why this looks the way that it looks. So please don't judge me. There we go. Yeah, audio seems to be off now. Oh, okay. Yeah, for some weird reason, RTX voice just decided it wanted to stop working. I don't know why. I have no idea why. That is the first time that that's ever happened, but I'm glad you guys can hear me now. Basically what I was saying was, so this cut right here should have looked like this, but this middle part we just kept overcutting, so the middle part decided that it just wanted to remove itself from the situation, just remove itself from the equation, and so just to justify it, we just made it just, you know, tried to do our best with a four corner chip, and we just took it on out. Here, let me see if you can see it a little bit better on this one. Yeah, I'll do this. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Where is it? Where is it? Yep, this little buddy right here. So I'm not sure how that's going to look at the end, but you know, happy accident, as they say. Looks really cool still. There we go. Hashtag NVIDIA. Yeah, it's weird because before I had like I got my RTX card when I was like upgrading my PC because it was running super slow, doing that whole thing. Like, okay, it clearly some improvements need to be made. So I got this, and then I started with I got RTX voice, but then they came out with the NVIDIA broadcast, which you can, you know, kind of like mute your mic and do all the settings and stuff in NVIDIA broadcast, which is supposed to be the next evolution of RTX voice. But because I'm not the only one in the house, apparently with NVIDIA broadcast, it's not as strong as RTX voice. So when I use broadcast, you can pick up the background noise and everything in the home. With RTX voice, you can't. So it was just very weird, and I'm kind of sad about that because broadcast does have a lot of really good features, you know, with like playing with your background, blurring your background, changing the background scene and everything. It's just that whole, you know, microphone element that I'm like, if you could just make it just as strong, if not stronger than RTX voice, then I would use broadcast all the way. Looks really cool still. Thank you. I mean, and that's, oh, okay, now that's not good. Here's what we're gonna do though, because we have glue. Let me get the glue. Because in that same spot right here, it's a little, well, I mean, it comes out, but we can save this. There we go. And then if I do that, there we go. It'll be a little discolored piece of wood, but it'll be the story of redemption. That's what we're gonna call it. The story of redemption. And I'm pretty sure it'll be one of those things that people won't know unless I point it out to them. So, and that is like the only time that we actually have to worry about that part right there. So we're just not gonna touch it. We're not gonna touch it. Just leave it be. And moving on. I'm gonna go through this one? Okay, so let's do cut one first. And I'm thinking that's also a lot of the dots are starting to connect. So like when you're going, because a lot of these like cuts are happening like to go like across the grain. So I'm thinking we need to start with the major cut first. Start with the major cut first. And then when you do cuts 1 and 2, there we go. Yeah. There we go. And I'm thinking, do we have to? Are we gonna? Okay. So far, it looks like we don't have to. Okay, I was about to say, do we have to whip out the glue again? We do not. But we are gonna clean this little piece up just a little bit. Get that little piece out. There we go. There we go. No. It's like, it's these little tiny things of just like, it's like this little tiny slip of the knife where it's like just this little super like weak piece of the wood, and I just do like a little flick, and then it just wants to just mess up. It just wants to ruin my life. But that's not super bad, so I'll allow it. It's fine. Again, you know, just learnings, you know? So let's do that first. Do that. There we go. At least that one came out very smooth like. Yeah, we've got just a little bit more practice to be had with the second position of the knife, like when we need to carve like that. And it's more so because it's hard to like gauge the angle of the knife, and of course you want to make sure that you're cutting at a 65-degree angle, and it's kind of hard to like gauge that when you're cutting like this. When you're cutting like this, very easy to gauge. It's just perfecting this method that's like, okay, all right, you're the problem area, and we're going to figure it out. Let's do. Don't overcut it. And I'll overcut it. But I feel like that's not going to be a major issue. There we go. Like the overcutting is not going to be a super major issue for now. I guess that is just a clean cut. Yeah. All right. There we go. Yeah. Great. Not gonna bother you. We're just gonna move on. I'm gonna go here. through here. Okay. And then do this. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right. So at least with that one, we did not overcut. So I'm happy we had some kind of discipline with that. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Well, I mean, it could always look better, but it's beautiful for what it is right now. And moving on. And that's also one of the things that I have to, because sometimes I get so, like, I get tunnel visioned, which I get when, you know, because of gaming, I get so tunnel visioned in one part to where I'm not really, I need to work on thinking of like not working, but like thinking 10 steps ahead on certain other areas, because I was so focused on making sure that this middle part, that not all of them like intersected at this like middle part here, not realizing that that same concept that happens here needs to happen at all these other parts. So like up there, right here, like that same concept, this same concept happens all around the pattern. And so whereas I knew for this middle starting point, you want to be careful and not have all of them start right in the middle, I went on ahead and made sure that all the starting points happen like at all these other parts. So it's just pretty crazy, you know, that I made special attention to make sure that, you know, I didn't do one thing in one part, but ended up doing it at various other parts. Here we go. This one here. There we go. Let's see. Yep. He was just ready to just pop on out. There we go. But we are on our last one here. This one is going smoothly. It's going a lot smoother than when we first started on this one, which I am really thankful for. Interesting. Okay, that one was super smooth. Wait. Okay. Okay, wood chip. See you. Okay. So what we're going to do now, again, it's kind of a bit of a challenge, because like more towards the outsides, that's where the overlapping of the pattern happen. Go. More on the outsides is where like the overlapping of the pattern happens. So I'm trying to figure out where to start so that it's easier to kind of like guide us in the direction of where we need to be. So I'm going to start with this one because this one is a little bit intense. Okay, so let's do. How are you feeling, Chip? Are you ready? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Up a lot bit. That little top part in there. There we go. Beautiful. Let's do that. And then do that. There we go. So again, I wanted to kind of like stop myself and monitor how far I went up, because this is again at the top part right here. This is where 4 chips are going to converge. So I didn't want to go all the way up at the top. And it seemed to have worked for us. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll keep that. We'll keep the way that angle is. Because I mean, it doesn't really bother me. So if it doesn't bother me, then I feel like don't touch it. Yeah. And then we're gonna do that. Control it. Down. Are you ready? Nope. Okay. Okay, now you were. All right. But yeah, I really want to stop doing that, because the last thing I want to do is just kind of like tease it a little bit, and then all of a sudden I mess something up and I pull out, you know, a little divider of the chips. But so far that has not happened. So we're gonna stay on that lucky streak. We're gonna do that there. This one, technically, we could be cutting like this. Of course, controlled. Dragging it. Okay. All right. We did overshoot, so we overshot it, but we overshot it to where the knife went out like right here, and it didn't cut through the wood. So I want to say that is lucky of us. And then we want to do this last final cut along this line. And that is fine if it does that, because we've already kind of like trained our line to be like right here. So if it wants to do all that splintering along that line there, it can do that on its own time and not mess up other parts of this. There we go. There we go. Are you ready to actually come out now? Beautiful. Wonderful. Okay. So a little bit rough, but again, it's our little signal of roughness. And that's okay, because we're learning and we're growing all the time. So it's not bad looking. It's definitely not bad looking. We're not missing any pieces. But one thing that we do have to work on is kind of like the depth of each of these cuts. So come on, there we go. There you go. So you kind of see not all of them are the same depth, in which that's something you want to kind of work on, making sure that like there's a consistency of depth. So like you can tell this one is not as deep as like these two, and then like this one kind of like has like, this one's kind of deep, but then it gets shallow at the top here. Same with this one, gets deep and then it gets shallow while it's up here. This one has like a kind of like an ideal depthness to it. But yeah, that just comes with, consistency, keeping on doing it, and, having that practice into it. So that's good. I'm not angry about that. There's way worse that could happen. That is, doesn't really bother me. So we are going to now move over to this one here. Because this one is also a section where the lines just start getting a little bit out of place and wacky. So let's do this. There we go. Go. That one's a little bit more controlled on the making sure it doesn't overshoot. There we go. Okay, there you go. About to say, I heard the clicks. I know you're ready to come out. There we go. Go. Put that on in there. Yep, no. All right, well. There we go. There, perfect. All right, that's the actual one. I was gonna say, I mean, I don't know what else, but it has to come out. There we go. Yeah, there, perfect. So for this one, do this. Okay. And then we're gonna do this. Perfect. Didn't hear as many chips being connected and telling us it's ready to come out. So we're just gonna retrace these. Oh, come on. Like, I'm just not sure where. There we go. Like, it's all just a feeling game. You just have to feel where it's like, okay, you've broken through. There we go. Okay. That's where. Okay. There we go. All right. Let's do. There. Okay. Ooh, nice. That one just like flipped on out. It was like, I'm flipping over. Stay out of here. And when that happens, you can't really be mad. That's when you just say, hey, I'm gonna let you do you. You go ahead, get on out of here. Top part looking great. We're actually gonna start here. I'll roll that up. To do that. Just directly across the grain, just does not care. And this one here. Go. Felt that one. Nice. That. Wonderful. And then this is how it's looking so far. Which I'm very happy about. Even with the mistakes that we do have, this is looking so much better than how this one was looking. And even with the faint glow and everything, this one's definitely winning. As it should be. If it wasn't, I'd be a lot concerned, but it is winning, so I don't have that much to be concerned about. All right. Let's do this one now. We're gonna do this one because there's a bit of the lines. Again, it's the issue with the lines overlapping, that it's getting to be a little bit confusing. So we're just gonna go ahead and just do what we do. So in terms of, okay, so I'm thinking if this is the top part here and we make down here, yeah, if we do that, yeah, I'm kind of happy that I started off with this one because, yeah, and then we do that. That down to that. I guess this is where the freeform happens. Yeah. Yeah, this is interesting. Oh, sorry. There we go. Yeah, that one's gonna look way different from these other ones. But here's the thing. The way that the pattern kind of like the pattern like deviated off of the way that it was originally supposed to look because of the way that we transferred onto it. It's definitely just one of those, well, you know, we had to take kind of a artistic creativity and get that in the spacing of how this is going to look. So yeah, it's a little bit deep, but all in all, it's not a hole, so I'm happy about that. It's a little bit deeper than it should be, but you know, that is our version and our interpretation of this. So sometimes you just have to just keep going, you know? There we go. Got a really shaky hand. There we go. There we go. We'll do that. Left. That's not too bad. Yeah. Beautiful. And let's just get this triangle out the way now. Do that. Okay, that should be fine. There we go. Nope. Okay. Doesn't want to come out yet. That's fine. Just kidding, it did. We just did not get the angles as well as we did with the backhanded cuts, which is fine. Because again, it is a miracle that this one actually looks the way that it does look. Because again, the way that we transferred it could have been a lot better. So that's fine. I'm willing to take the dings on this one. No, that's not what I wanted to have happen. Well, let's see how this turns out. Okay. Think we saved it. but we shall see. That side's definitely out. This is definitely out. Okay, well, we ended up separating it from there. Okay, good. There we go. So those things are definitely out, so. There we go. And this is going to be another one of those areas that we just have to be careful with our knife and just not go over it. All right, and I'm just going to get that part out there. Okay. There. And start to remove it. There we go. Really got to work on that. Really got to work on, you know, that whole second position. Don't overcut it too much. Definitely need to master that technique. There we go. Do a little bit of this. There we go. Ew, that's ugly. I'm not even gonna front that where this carved is not pretty. I'm gonna try to make it not as okay. I fixed it a bit. Because before it looked like this, it was a lot uglier. But now it's not so bad. Okay. There we go. Oh, darn it. Nope, we fixed it. The little piece that we're ignoring that, you know, just hold on, maybe. We could do the glue treatment again. And position it in a way that, you know, we just put just a little tad piece of glue on it, and then we just forget it was ever a thing. But I just want to make sure. Okay, yep, that's the way that it went. Okay, so, and it's the smallest chip. It is the smallest chip, but it's the smallest chips where you could see the, oh, okay, that's a lot. All right. It's definitely way more than I thought would show up on here. Awkward. There we go. Put you right back on in there. And then when you dry, It'll be as if nothing ever happened. No overcutting happened. It's my little magic trick for the night. Let's see. Perfect. All right. I mean, the one where we had to make our cuts. Let me do this last triangle and then I'll show you. I mean, you can kind of tell we had like a little bit of roughness going on, but it's not as if it was like, okay, that looks super rough. It doesn't. It doesn't. It does not look super rough. So let's do this. Over there. That. We're gonna do this carve here. Use that on that. And then you're gonna. Oh, yes. And then with the way that these triangles are working, it might be more beneficial. Oh, nope, never mind, because this one said you did it just fine. Just go ahead, get me on out of here. I was gonna say before these triangles, it might be a little bit more beneficial to like carve out just a little bit, like start out with the middle, just a little bit, and then work our way out. Because these triangles are pretty deep. And if we're not careful, we will definitely end up with another A solid. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate that. How often do you have to sharpen your blade? So this one I literally just got today and I have not sharpened it. I do need to invest in some I think sharpening stones. But basically I don't sharpen, I just polish, as I've just learned. I thought I was sharpening, but I was not sharpening, I was just polishing. But with that in mind, a lot of the carvings that I've done, I haven't sharpened my knife, which may be the reason why, like the reason for like the quality and the status of this one versus this one, which is done with the new knife. So that's a very good question that unfortunately I can't answer right now, because this is very much a learning thing. I've only started chip carving for about a month now. Told all my friends and told everyone that, you know, this is definitely a journey I want to go down, a path that, you know, I feel like, you know, it's an actual skill and can lead to some amazing, like beautiful pieces and everything. So hell yeah, much support. I really appreciate that, because, you know, I feel like, you know, a lot of the times, you know, you don't see much of this anymore, you know, like an actual, like, you know, like a tangible skill, I should say. I shouldn't say actual skill. Like there's a lot of, you know, people who are very skilled at everything that they do. But I just feel like this, you know, this kind of work is a tangible kind of like, you know, kind of skill that you can actually see you're progressing, you know, going from, you know, my first wood chip carving pattern to my latest. You can definitely see the improvements, see, you know, the mistakes I've made in the past, where I've corrected things in the future, you know, just all that. You can see that. But yeah, that is definitely something that I will be investigating, researching, making sure that I have so that I can actually sharpen the blade. And do you post your pieces anywhere? Yes, I do post them on Instagram, but they are not on, well, let me double check because I thought I did post them on my one solo player account, but it is very possible that I have not. Yeah, so I posted one of my art pieces, but they will, so I will go ahead and start trying to post them onto one solo player on Instagram. So if you wanted to go ahead and give that a follow, so it's at the bottom. I know it's kind of hard to see. There we go. With my little scrolls going through, I will start posting them soon. I just didn't want to start posting some of like the other works that I didn't that just aren't that good. So some of my other ones that I've done were just like these, basic starting. Let me switch. So like these, like, getting started with chip carving kind of pattern things. So like you got this one. This one is on practice wood, or easy wood as they call it. So these were easy wood projects. And then these were my first endeavors into basswood. But this one is perhaps my favorite. This one. So we did these four. And then after we finished, we immediately went into that, which, as you can tell, it's a little bit rough. And then conveniently on the back side of this, a little bit of different practice parts, difference in, practicing and cutting woods. That's where we had a little hole there. That's what happened there. So, it's a really good hobby. Balsa, no, not balsa wood. So all this is just basswood. I do want to try carving on a softer wood. I believe pine is a more softer wood. So I'm thinking like all these other different projects. So I just got these today. These were Christmas gifts from a best friend who wants to support me. So we have more here. I believe these are basswood as well. I do want to try one on pine because I know pine is a soft wood. Yeah, it's soft. And so I want to kind of try that just to see how that feels. Because I think with basswood, it's not saying that it's a like too rough for me or it's like too hard, but I think I just have like a better time carving and getting really into it with the softer type of wood. Now I'm pretty sure, and that's the inexperienced person speaking, will you paint them? I'm not sure how I'm going to finish them. That's a really good question. I kind of wanted to do like and I'm still trying to formulate it in my mind, but I kind of want to do like I would say like a wooden quilt. So by that is just like some of like the smaller pieces. So like kind of like glue the pieces together so that they're like, not like this really huge one, but just so that they're, I would have like something like this and then glue those little squares on top and just until it's like a bigger piece. And then from there, possibly hang it up, like just have somewhere where I can kind of like keep track of, okay, here's, the smaller pieces. These are a collection of the smaller pieces into one. Maybe one day if I'm like crazy good and really into it, I'll make like a super huge piece. But, I don't know. Sound absorption tiles. Basically, like is wood like a... Does wood absorb sound? Because if it does, that would be immense, because I know that there's like the, like we all know those kind of, like those soft styrofoam that absorb the sounds. If wood absorbs sound just like those, it's a done deal. It's a done deal. That's exactly what's going to happen. But until then, I bet it does certain types maybe. Well, I'm definitely going to look into that, because if it does, that would be a great way to say, hey, instead of just buying the styrofoam, I make my sound absorb. I would need to know someone that knows acoustics. I know we're considering it for a store ceiling. I just feel like, if it does, that's all I need to know. Just if it does, is it all types of wood? If it's a certain type of wood, I do know that there are certain woods that aren't good for like chip carving. So hopefully it's not those. But if they're like, yeah, just like any wood that absorbs sound, it's a done deal. We're definitely doing that. And that will be, that would just be amazing. Oh, wrong scene. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. There we go. But I know that you were saying, A Solid, you were saying you wanted to try but knives, man, knives. I'm the same way. So funny thing, my coworker, when I was telling her, she's from I want to say Minnesota something. Oh, I hope she's not watching, because that's embarrassing. But she's from a state that she's very earthy into, she knows her like woods and like cutting up the woods and everything and stuff. But when I told her I was going to do this, she bought me band-aids, like these really like band-aids of different sizes, like fun band-aids, because she was like it was like an immediate thing. When I told her, I was like, I just learned about chip carving and I'm going to invest all my energy into that. The first thing she said was, I will fund your band-aids. And I got these 3 days later. It's honestly, it's one of those where it's very relieving. Like, some people, like, even I shouldn't even say some people, because it's definitely something that I still do, like playing video games, and that's a really good stress reliever for me. I grew up on video games and it's definitely a good way for me to step away. But something like this is an even easier way to step away, because it's literally just me and whatever I'm carving. I don't have to worry about anything else. I don't have to worry about, it's like, even for me, even though this is something where I'm like, okay, no, things can be a lot better. No judgment. There's no judgment of skills or anything. It's just like a slow progress of, this is something that I really enjoy doing. I'm going to continue to do it. And it's actually very relieving. If you know who you are, and that you're prone to touching the wrong side of the blade, just get some band-aids. That's it. Just get some band-aids. Just be careful. I did actually poke myself once, which surprisingly, it wasn't even because I was cutting the wood. It was because I have a makeshift sleeve for my other chip carving knife. Like, this is like just something I use to protect it, and as I was like putting it on the inside, it went through on the other side and it caught my finger. But outside of that, there's different techniques and different things that you can do to make sure that you're not accidentally cutting anything. So like they recommend, like the way that you hold the knife, you hold it like something like this, but you just basically keep your thumb on it, so that no matter what happens, so if you're like cutting and then you go whoops, or you're cutting, you're like whoops, this thumb, as long as it's attached to this thumb will never get cut. Never get cut. As long as you have a good grip on it, and you're just like, no matter where you go, this thumb will never get cut. Now, of course, you want to make sure that, this other hand is fine. I do have a thumb guard, which, I mean, I should be using. So for those instances where, like, if you're cutting the wood and you're like going down here and you're like, oops, you know, several different ways you can protect, you know, your fingers and your limbs. You just gotta know, and you just gotta be careful, you know. So you know, I'm one of those people that are like, if it's something that you want to do, like, you are definitely not the only one that is like, I want to try this thing, I want to try this activity. I need that, but gloves, elbow. I actually do have, they do have them. Let me grab them real quick. So they do have cutting gloves. So these are cutting gloves, and they just make sure, now they're not elbow high, but these are resistant to cutting. And basically how I started this whole journey, to be honest, during Halloween, my workplace, they provided us with pumpkins. There was these wooden pumpkins, and they basically said you can decorate them how you want. Decided I did not want to just be basic and paint my pumpkins, so I carved them out. So this is the one, for those, if you are familiar with Destiny, this is the warlock symbol for Destiny. But basically, the way that I cut these out, I cut them out completely wrong, because I was using like a regular knife to cut out the shapes, and that was not what I was supposed to do. I was using a blend of a cutting knife and a chip carving knife to cut out these shapes. And so how I got into chip carving was, I was looking at the different knives that I was using, and I was trying to figure out which knife is better for, you know, cutting out holes in, you know, in that type of wood. And that wood is not meant to be chip carved on. That wood is not meant to, you know, just taking a regular like blade and just like cutting it. So once I actually looked through and figured out what the different types of knife were, I saw that one of the knives I was using was a chip carving knife, and that led me to search chip carving. And then I looked at it and I saw the different patterns. I saw, you know, exactly what chip carving was, and it was literally one of those things where it's like you falling in love first sight. Like, I saw what you can do with chip carving, and I was like, I want to do that. I've not been doing that. I've been using this knife completely wrong. I want to learn how to do that. I want to learn how to use this knife correctly to do things like that, because that is beautiful. I want to do that. And I've never felt that about anything, I want to say, besides dance when I was like younger, besides dance and video games. like outside of those two, it was like I looked at that and I'm like, I don't care what I have to do, I want to learn how to do that, and I'm going to invest so much energy and time into learning how to do that. And that's how I got here. So that is the story of how Will learned what chip carving was and why we are where we are today. So we are going to continue on. Let's do this side. We're going to do this side because the rest of these, the pattern is very straightforward and we can actually visibly see it. Can't visibly see it so much with this one, just in this corner here. So we're just going to knock that out, and then we're going to be able to move on to these other ones. So let's do that. Yeah, That one probably wasn't as deep as it needed to be. And we're already seeing the wood kind of misbehave. That's okay. There we go. There we go. Yep, just go ahead. Come on out, buddy. Okay, we have another instance where we're going to have to do an emergency glue session. And in the old ways of the old commercials, I believe it was Billy Mays. He did the set it and forget it, right? If anyone knows. Just trying to make sure that we keep this little chip here. There we go. It's like eventually it's gonna have to come out. I know it's ready. Okay, but how are we gonna put this one back in? I'm wondering, do we put it back in? Do we cut our loss? Yeah, I've messed it up. We're gonna have to, that's just one of those losses that we're gonna have to count. One of those dings against our work that we're just gonna have to make sure we look out for in the future. Let's do this one. There we go. Do this. No! That's fine. All right. We have a problem with overcutting, so we definitely know we need to work on that. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, yeah, no, that's definitely not my fault. So I refuse to be judged based off of the way that part looked, because That was all the wood and not me. There we go. Now that, I will die on that hill. Even though I'm pretty sure there will be other projects I will carve and say, okay, maybe that part was me, maybe that one, but that one triangle that I did years ago, that still was not my fault. We'll do gum. Okay, that one we went all the way up at the top, but really that's not what we want to do. Gum. There we go. Just like that. That's totally fine. Why can't all cuts just be, you know, with the grain of the wood? And I know that's like a very foolish question. You know, not all cuts are going to be with the grain of the wood because that's just not the way that things work. But wood projects would be so much easier if it was. Do that. That. Smooth, like butter. It just feels right. So let's do. This is where it starts to get all super tough. All right. And that's nowhere near deep enough to where this especially for these triangles, because they are just evil. We'll figure this out. We do that. We're gonna go. Yeah. This should be easy. Because this one's technically with the grain a bit. There we go. Yeah, we really got to work on the second position. Those second position cuts, because they are just like not very good, like at all. Like at all. this should be close to coming out. There we go. Yep. Again, this isn't my fault. This is the wood's fault. Now we have to clean this up just a little bit because come on. There we go. Come on. There we go. If we could just get this last section out. There we go. I just want to make sure we're not making another hole, because that would be the cherry on top. Wonderful. Think we're close though. I honestly do think we're close. Because that is pretty deep. But it's pretty deep, but also, yeah, you can see the light shine through that. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. But you know what? We're just gonna leave that as it is, and keeps it an amazing experience. Thank you, Haley Makes. Thank you. We are definitely learning. I really appreciate the kind words, but we know that there is definitely room for growth. But yeah, as technically our sixth carving, these are the same pattern. This one, of course, is the one that we're working on, our most recent one. There's a lot of learnings that went into this one after trying this one, as you can tell by the application and everything. I really appreciate that. Thank you. But now that one is done, we basically prevented another whole situation to be made. We'll finish this part. There's gotta be a better way to get those triangles out. Okay, so I just didn't go as deep into that other one. Well, we will just make it work as we do with all these other ones. Okay. Like that. Let's see. This is gonna treat us like this. Do you have an angle project in mind for this, or just for fun? Not one particular project, but in terms of like the end goal kind of like skills, I would like to be able to like make really nice custom like plaques for, you know, like friends, family, you know, just like if there's like a milestone or something where, you know, people like, you know, just like, you know, where they do like the old school, like so and so's home, or, you know, or even just like on a small scale, like, you know, something like if I want to put like a logo on it, or like make like a logo plaque, or like put like a gaming icon on a plaque or something. Just to be able to do those kind of things, like right now is just very, you know, learning the skills, learning the technique, being able to, you know, maneuver the knife and have kind of like that consistency to be able to, you know, make my own patterns, or, you know, take some like an existing like image or something and make it into like a chip carving pattern, and to do that, like that's mainly what the end goal is. As far as like a specific project, I don't have one in mind. Like I don't have one where I'm like, oh, I want to make a big like 12 by 12, you know, different image. I'm thinking maybe along the lines where if I'm like, okay, you know, not that I'm bored, but you know, I do want to challenge myself, like maybe along the line that is something that I do. But it's really, I'm really mainly doing this because discovering what type of like beautiful art and different, you know, beautiful pieces that can be done with chip carving. I just want to be able to say that I have the skills to do something like that. That is very much what this, you know, the start of this is. There we go. I'll just shave that little part off there. All right. And I mean, that's what that's all about. All right. We just have a little bit of more of a section to go. Yeah, definitely gonna have to vacuum up. I've never had this much chips, pieces of wood everywhere. But we are going to just push right along. It's not super cool. It's nice to at least in my mind, it's just nice to be able to have like that sort of skill, or just like to have that sort of like talent where it's like we know that no matter what happens, as I mean, granted, as long as I don't lose my hands or anything, but it's like no matter what happens, having this sort of skill is kind of like timeless. So, you know, if I do get into, you know, like a certain, like get to a certain point to where it's like, you know, my hands aren't what they used to be, my strength isn't what it used to be, but if I can teach someone, you know, someone I know, whether it's a friend, you know, a future family member or a loved one, like if I can teach them that skill, is, you know, it's just that whole like that whole beauty of passing down, you know, a skill set where you can actually create something beautiful. You know, I think there's a lot of like sentimentality behind that, and again, it's just having that ability to create something and, you know, have it resonate, you know, with someone else. You know, I'm pretty sure there's other people who look at wood chip carving and is like, that's not cool, you know, like that's, you're just cutting up wood, you know. But to other people, you know, looking at what you can do with just a knife and a piece of wood, you know, I only hope that, you know, one day in the future, whatever I'm able to produce inspires someone else to pick up that activity. So that's it, you know. Okay, so what we're gonna do, now that the pattern is a bit easier to see and a bit easier with the cuts, we're gonna finish these two outsides, and we're gonna hope that these triangles get some act right, that they fall in line, and that we won't have as much of a problem with them as we've had these last couple of times. But in order for me to do that, I'm not going to go so much so like with these bigger ones, I'm not going to go for 65 degrees. Only because these ones, when you go for 65, I feel like when you go for 65 degrees, that's when it goes a little bit deeper, and you don't have to. I feel like the smaller the chip, the deeper you can go, because it's fine. But the bigger the chip, then you want to like start to decrease it to like 45 degrees, so that you're not doing what I just almost did again, which is you go so far deep down that in order to even everything out, you start going past the wood. So let's try it. Let's make these just a little bit more shallow than what we've done before. That is probably way too shallow. So let's try that. There we go. There we go. Second position cuts will be the death of me until I can master them, but until then they will remain the death of me. And then let's do... There we go. Already I hear the chip heart saying, all right, you've got me. I'm almost there. Yep. And then there we go. Just gonna put that on out. Let's do that. There we go. Ready to come out? Yes, you are. Beautiful. All right. There we go. Okay. So actually what we're gonna do, we're just gonna do all these triangles just to say that we got them done. Do that. Don't overcut. All right. No. You need to be on this line. Yeah. Okay. Easily fixable. Go. There we go. Again. Right. There we go. Great. Perfect. There we go. Beautiful. All right. Well, at least we only have 2 more triangles to go. Or too many, I guess, big triangles to go. And then the smaller triangles, those are easy. Those are definitely the easy ones. Not worried about those at all. So. That. Retrace over this. There we go. Well, let's go into this one. There we go. It's like you can just tell with certain chips, you can just tell which one's going to be an ugly chip, which one is going to ask that you get a, do it over, which one's like, hey, you might want to cut a little bit deeper. And I guess that's just something that's with this sort of pattern. If I'm being honest, like these big triangles are kind of like, maybe not particularly they're the best for this kind of wood because it's not as thick. But if I was more advanced, I would probably have been able to see that and figured out a way to like adjust the triangle to where we wouldn't need to cut as deep. But because I'm still a beginner and I am just following directions, that is why we've done what we've done and what we've had to do. Because we don't have that skill wiped down yet. We don't have that skill at all. Being able to take one shape and saying, you know what? You know what would be better? Let's adjust this triangle. I'm not there yet. There we go. All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, thank goodness we got one triangle left. All right. Do that. I'd say that's about 60 still. I tried, you know. You can only do so much. There. It's not the way to hold a knife at all, but they say triangles are the strongest shape, but not stronger than your willpower to keep learning this skill. Well, see, and that's the thing, because it's like you look at like these other ones, and okay, now that's horrible. You can really see where I just kept going in on this one. But like you see like these other shapes, these other triangular shapes, and I mean they're not as bad. Like cutting them out is not as bad. I feel like the dangers of these ones at least is that you have like the little nexus right here, so you just have to be careful and where you bring your knife up, because if you have each of them start from that middle point, it's going to like break down that middle. But everywhere else, it's like that's fine. These other triangles are fine. It's just like when you get to these like super large triangles, and the triangles just don't behave the way that they're supposed to, because they're thick triangles. And it's like, I don't understand. Like, I understand now. I'm just saying, I don't understand, but I understand why. And I'm like, why are you like that? Don't be like that. Just be cool, thick triangles. Silly. And they're not even like thick, because when it's like thick with two C's, then it's like, yeah, that's a nice try. Like thick with two C triangles would be like cutting a triangle that was always, and I know this is like physically impossible, but it'd be like cutting a triangle, like a thick triangle, and the cuts were always with the grain. And that knife just goes super smooth every line, and the chip just comes out. Like if a wood grew from a triangular shape, that would be a thick triangle. This is just an annoying triangle. This is a thick with a CK. That is what these triangles are. And quite frankly, I'm happy we got one more of these. Okay, so there we go. All right. So this one clearly heard my speech about thick triangles and felt some type of way, and wanted to possibly fall into the category of thick with two C triangles. And I might give it to this one. Now that is a big might. But so that just flew out. I have no idea where it flew out. The highest honor for a triangle, truly. Exactly. Now, if you would have told me like a month ago that I'd be having a conversation about thick triangles, I would have said, I don't believe you. Yet here we are, and I'm having the time of my life. Okay, so all the thick triangles are not, all the thick triangles are out. So now it's the easy triangles that we have left, which that cakewalk all the way. So we're just going to go, we are going to go left to right, I believe. And yeah, we'll just go in a triangle because they're all the same in a triangle. We'll go in a like a little circle, so I'm starting from left to right because these are easy enough. And after that, that little debacle with said triangles, I feel like these are definitely going to be a lot easier. Which begs the question, should we have started with the thick triangles first? Probably. Damn it. no. Go here. No. That way. There we go. Okay. I think we saved this one. There we go. Believe we saved this to the point where all we have to do is we do that. And then we do that. No. Oh. And we were doing so well. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. It's a little disappointing. We had a little chip out happen right here. You can see that's one of our major chip outs that happened right there. But it's okay. It's okay. We're gonna go ahead and finish this. Because it's these little moments of just when we thought that we were, you know, that we were in the good to go, where we were swiftly reminded, you still got a lot to learn. And that's all we could ever ask for. There we go. Okay. In there. In there. Go over that one more time. And go over that. Yeah. That. There we go. And you're out of there. Perfect. So the last one here. This one there. Go. And with these, I want to be super careful because I don't want any more chip outs to happen. There we go. Come on. There we go. Beautiful. All right. Those are easy. Those are super easy. So now these are going to be just a little bit weird. The triangles on top of the thick triangles, because we had to get a little bit inventive. So how are we going to attack this? I guess like that. All right. He said he was ready to come out. This one said he was ready as well. Okay. There we go. Just waiting for that one special click. It was gonna happen eventually. Do that. Go. Just keep tracing these ones, as we know. There we go. Are you ready? Yep. Perfect. All right. There we go. There you go. That's all I wanted. That too. That's all I wanted as well. Okay. Ready for what? Yo, I'm finally able to catch your stream, one of your streams. Remember me, Georgie? I do remember you. Ready for what? So basically, I've discovered when I talk to the wood, I say I knew that you were ready. In chip carving, basically when you hear a certain like click in the wood, it's like basically you hear the wood being splintered. When you hear the wood being splintered a certain way, you just know that the chip is ready to just like come on out. Like that's when you know you've made a really nice chip cut. When you do all the outlines and the cuts, and then you hear that certain crunch. It's kind of like if you watch videos of chiropractors, and they do like certain like cracks in the neck and in the back, and you hear that one like crack, and it's like, I know that felt good. I know that person just had like an instant feeling of bliss. That's what I mean when I'm going through and I hear a click, I hear like a small crunch, and I'm like, I know you're ready to come out. Wow, that's crazy. It's been a long time. Yeah, how have you been? It's it's been a long time, but there's some it's some usernames where I'm like, okay, I remember certain ones, There we go. Um, as you can see, Georgie, we delved into um, chip carving as a part of our programming on Twitch. But yeah, just as enjoyable as any other activity that we've done before. We still do gaming. It's just with this. Listen, yeah, I understand. That's cool though. Glad you remember me. Yeah, it seems really fun. Yeah, it is. It's it's a nice blend of, same type of, like stress relief and, that kind of instant fun that you get with, traditional gaming. But this one, just for me, is a little bit more relaxing, as I'm sure you can tell, because even though I say gaming is relaxing as well, playing PvP in certain games can be the opposite of relaxing. There we go. So yeah, like with this, I'm hearing all sorts of clicks and wood being moved, so I just know it's feeling. What games do you still play? So I still play Destiny 2. Destiny 2 will always be a game that I played on stream. Play a bit of Destiny 2, and then recently I've fallen back into Marvel's Avengers. Getting ready for when Black Panther comes into the game, which should be sometime next. Well, I say next year as if it's months away, when it's only literally days away. But they're supposed to be adding in Spider-Man, which I believe, I'm not sure how they're going to do that, especially because Spider-Man is just like a PlayStation exclusive character that you can play. But there's Spider-Man, and then Black Panther is supposed to be coming to the game along with the Wakanda raid. So we're getting back into that, managing time between those two games. And then Friday nights around this time is when we, just wind down with a good old session of wood chip carving. Oh, that sounds really funny. You're doing good. Yeah. Again, it's just nice, with balancing everything. And so happy that this year is coming to a close. I'm pretty excited. Pretty excited for what the next year holds. And just being done with this year. Although I will say I'm a bit fortunate than most, because it definitely could have been worse. But we did have a couple of down moments throughout the year. But again, you just gotta keep looking at keep finding the light in times of darkness, which, funny enough, is what I painted here. Where are you from again? I'm from California. So basically for work, I have a full-time job as well. And we had a Halloween party. We did have a Halloween party, but this time we had a Christmas party in which we did sort of like a wine and sip across Zoom. So we were, of course, all responsible for our own beverage of choice. So you could drink wine if you wanted to, you can have something stronger if you wanted to. But the point was, have like a little beverage, whatever beverage you wanted to drink. And then they provided us with a crap ton of, like, it was like a small kit, but it had like a paintbrush, that easel, and just a crap ton of paints. And so that's what I decided to paint. They were like, your motivation is 2020. Oh, Haley, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. So with the direction of, paint what 2020 made you feel, I decided to paint half black. The black part represents COVID in 2020. And the other half represents, it's like the back part is gold and then you have a sun in there. And it's basically, it's a conversation about, it's like when you're faced with, half of the time it's full of darkness and, having to find the light when you have to balance the darkness as well. So that was my speech to them, my interpretation of my art. I wanted to make sure that they got it perfectly. And that was that. But yeah, again, I'm fortunate enough that, I was still able to, work for, like, be employed, being that that's one of the things that a lot of people are having to deal with right now, unemployment. So I can't sit here and say, 2020 has been like the worst year for me. And be willfully ignorant of those who are, indefinitely suffering because of this. So, but all in all, I feel like, there's a vaccine, as we all know, whether you want to, partake in the vaccine or not. I'm very like, it's different. It's a different circumstance and I don't, mean to get political or anything. But it's a different circumstance with how you choose to interact with your life, being that there is a vaccine out for COVID. So whereas before, everyone was like, oh, everyone stay indoors, all of that, don't go out because we don't have a handle on this. As the vaccine starts getting more publicly available, whether or not you feel, comfortable with the vaccine, I feel like that then it becomes a different ball game, because someone like me, I'm definitely getting it. And that way, since I've never had COVID, if I'm interacting with someone who has COVID, of course, it's like, my main priority would be like, are you okay? Do you want to sit down? And all that. But I don't have that fear. I will no longer have that fear of, oh, I can't interact with that person, or I don't know if that person has it or not, because then I'll have the vaccine and I will definitely know that I don't have to worry about catching it. So it's a different ball game, is essentially all I'm saying. How are you not affiliated yet, man? I love your personality. It's such a vibe to sit here and listen and talk to you, man. So I was just explaining this to another one of our viewers we hear. I'm glad I came to check up on you. I really appreciate that, Georgie. I was just talking to someone else about that. I don't like being just like tied down to platform exclusivity. So I want to be able to, I want to be able to test out different platforms, especially nowadays where we have, whereas before Twitch is still the dominant kind of, the dominant platform for streaming. But I feel like, yes, they're dominant, but with other platforms out there, there's more of a potential better opportunity. And I don't want to hop into, sort of like an exclusive kind of like situation and make it harder on myself to, manage the Twitch channel and the YouTube channel and, the Facebook channel and all these other channels when, at this moment, I'm free to explore all three. Now, if with the way that I'm interacting with, Twitch, and it just so happens that I'm growing so much on Twitch that it makes sense to, have my platform just solely be on Twitch and, become a Twitch partner, then that is definitely something that I will explore. Like, definitely something I would be open to have that conversation, but at this time where I'm still in that growing phase, and especially doing something new where I'm like, literally, this is the beginning of a journey for everyone. Like, everyone here, who I thank you guys so much for sticking around and chilling with me. Usually I'd be done by now, but everyone that's sitting here interacting with me, taking this journey with me, we are literally on a journey, starting. We are in the first chapter of whatever book this is, title unknown. And I just don't like that idea of already limiting, to keep up with an analogy. I don't like the idea of limiting who can read it. I want this to be as open as possible, and just be able to share it with, anyone who wants to join in for the ride. So that is why, Georgie, at one time I was an affiliate with Twitch, but I elected to get out of the affiliate program, just to be a regular streamer, just utilizing Twitch's platform. Now, if in the future, if again, if they did want to offer me, a partner status, then I would be more than happy to have that conversation. Or maybe down the line, I'm like, hey, what would be the possibility of re-getting affiliate status? I feel like, that is definitely something that, I don't think that Twitch would be like, well, you said that you wanted out of the affiliate program, so now you're not able to go back in, because they're like, that would be a loss for them. Like, especially, like, it's basically they would be saying no to free money, because even though it's not a financial transaction, they're not providing anything, but they have a lot to lose out on, especially if that channel, like, let's say, for example, if my channel was to really start amassing an amount of following where people are like, hey, we definitely want to provide you with subscriptions, and some emotes will be fun, and all these other things. That's literally nothing that Twitch has to pay for, but all of the revenue that would come from that, they have to gain. So that's also one of the things that I really had to thinking about. And I'm like, would Twitch really be like, no, it's only a one-time thing, you can't join back in? Because then that would be pretty stupid. So do that little cut there. I'm gonna make this little cut here. I'm learning a lot about these triangles. I'm learning so much about triangles, and I've decided that patterns like these are not, like online stated, these are not beginner patterns. How about that? Now, yeah, I understand. Glad to even be part of this. I'll be right back. Though I'm going to take my dog to the restroom. Do your thing, Georgie. Do your thing. Okay. So with that, do that. Wonderful. I mean, it's not bad. So the chip out that we had at the top there, it's bad. This is going to be bad though. This is going to be bad. We're just gonna have to. We'll attack that bridge when we get to it. But I just saw where we made an overcut somewhere, and I'm just looking now, and I'm like, all right, that's not that's not going to be as fun as we want it to be. There we go. All right, good. Okay. So this is fine. We'll do that. And that. Great. Perfect. Okay. Now let's figure out how this last one's gonna go, because this last one has just a, not sure if you can see it, but it just has like just a huge cut right across it, right there. Just a huge cut. And I have no idea how deep that cut is. So I'm going to pray that it's not deep and that we can just move past it very easily. But that would be just our luck. That we think that we can do that, and it's like, nah, you ruined it. Okay, so far, it's pretty good. Go ahead, come on out. Beautiful. All right. It was false alarm. Was not as bad as we thought it was gonna be. Wonderful. Okay. Well, that was something that we did not want to address, but I feel like we're gonna have to address it like right now. There we go. Oh, addressing it was not as bad as we thought it was going to be. Okay. Okay, I like that. All right. Beautiful. I mean, definitely could be better, but with the amount of skill that we have, it is beautiful. And that's that. All right, so now we have these last four right here, which basically with the grain. So this is going to be hate. That. And that. go. And that's okay for that to come on out. Beautiful. Nice. Let's do this one. Okay. There you go. Go. Try this one more time. There we go. I knew it. I knew it would do that. Only because it would only be just my that a troubling kind of chip would just be like, oh, it's fine. I'll behave. I will behave and do what I'm supposed to do. But unfortunately, I don't have that kind of luck. So a lot of the chips that I get is like, well, I know what you want me to do, but I'm going to not do that respectfully. And I'm going to make you pay for asking me to do that. Which is a lot we're seeing right now with this chip. And I'm like, yo, why are you being so difficult, you know? We're almost done. And you're doing this on purpose, I feel like. Yeah, I honestly feel like you're doing this on purpose. But it's okay, because we are 2 triangles away, and I just, not saying that I can't be bothered, I will not be bothered. So let's get here. That. Beautiful. Heard it. I heard the click. And it's out of there. There we go. Get on out of there. Perfect. And for this last one. Definitely got to work on that, but it'll be a long while before I try this pattern again. Because this one, let me tell you, lots of learnings. Lots and lots of learnings. All right, but it's done. It's done. Oh, this desk is a mess. Think that this is the longest carving session we've ever done. Interesting. Interesting. Have all of you all to thank for that. Thank you for keeping me company. Let's see. Let's take this. Okay. It's up here. Yep, it's up here. Do that. Erase some of the lines. There we go. Do that. I mean, I will say cleaning up the lines a lot easier and a lot better than paper. Like basically what we learned is if you have to transfer a pattern, if you ever find yourself in a position where you have to transfer the pattern with gluing paper, don't do it. Do not do it. Oh, did the camera... Is it frozen? Let's try this. Maybe. No, let's do this. We hide that. All right. Let me see if we can fix that. Okay. Yeah. All right. Oh, let's do this. There we go. I was about to say, why is it frozen? It's pretty frozen, but we fixed it. All right. But yeah, I mean, as I was saying before, you know, if you ever have to like find yourself in a situation to where you have to like glue paper on the wood, I'd say don't do that pattern. That is not the day that you should be chip carving. Wait until you, you know, either can photocopy the paper or do what you need to do to make sure that the that you can heat transfer the pattern and do it the right way. Hey, I mean, of course, again, I think we can go to our regular camera right now. At the end of the day, yes, they are still, you know, yes, both of them. Both of them do have their rough edges, do have, you know, some learnings going on each of their sides to where it's like, okay, it's not perfect. Neither of them are perfect, but if we want to flip it around so that we could see each one at a different light, they aren't perfect, but you can clearly, at least for me, I can clearly see where one is like, and the other one's like, okay, there's improvement going on. And again, that's all we want. Like at the end of the day, that is all we want. We want to be able to look at, certain patterns and certain things and say, you know, we're learning, we're growing, it's an opportunity. That's what we're doing, and we are succeeding at it. But I'm very happy. Again, this was one of the longest chip carving streams that we've had to date. Also one of the most interactive. So I thank everyone for sticking around, hanging around. Again, I mentioned before, I totally, did not know that crafters and makers was an actual, like tag and an actual category. So finding it, it was really nice, finding it and, having people come in and be so welcoming, be so nice, be so generous. In just, in either viewing, talking, keeping me company. I really appreciate all of that. Thank you guys so much. So the way that my channel works, for those who are new to the channel, I stream Tuesdays and Fridays. Tuesday and Friday mornings from 6 to around 10 a.m. Those are gaming focused. Typically it's like Destiny 2 on Tuesday, Marvel's Avengers on Friday, or it just depends because, those games are live service games. So sometimes they update, sometimes, they don't update when they're supposed to. But typically those time slots are reserved for gaming. Friday evenings around 8 p.m. Around this time, that is our dedicated chip carving time. Now, everything is everything is subject to change. If chip carving seems to grow and that's something that a lot more people want to see, I personally have no problem with, possibly adding a day, switching around the schedule, so that we fit more chip carving into it. But just for right now, it gives me enough time to, still, play some of the games that I love, but also introduce this new activity, this new hobby, that I'm currently growing to enjoy. So if that sits well with you and you want to join in for the other stream, please go ahead, hit the like button, or the follow. That's more what it is. Go ahead, follow the channel. At the bottom of the screen, a lot of those are all of my social channels where you can find me at, so please feel free to throw follows there, likes there. And yeah, I thank you guys so much for tuning in. Next week, as I mentioned before, we did get gifts, so I'm thinking maybe we dive into a couple of these, just to give it a try, just to see how that works out. But who knows, maybe I'll get inspired, see another pattern on the internet, and we might go for it then. Who knows, or I don't know. I just, at this point, I don't know. I'm just having fun with this skill. So it's just a very, we'll play it by ear, but definitely whether it's carving something that's already been printed on one of those boards, or if we find something that's, something that, I really like, we'll try giving it a go. Definitely won't be a lot of triangles because we saw what happens with a lot of triangles. But whatever it is, it'll be really good fun, and I hope to see you guys all back. So that's it. I don't want to drone on for too long. Hope you all had a wonderful night. Hope you all had a wonderful holiday, whether or not you celebrated Christmas. Hope it was good for you, and I will see you all in the new year, because Friday will be New Year's Day, so it will be the first stream of the year for chip carving. You'll see me before that if you join in on Tuesday and Friday morning. All right. Oh, nice, Georgie. Yeah, so we're just going ahead, finishing up. This was the end result of the new one. That was the one that we did prior. This one was the one we did today. This was the one that we had finished. So, yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us, and I hope to see you in the next one. That's all I got for you.